back. We are in it. This is the sixth hour of the 24-hour code challenge, and uh, for those of you who missed the first 6 hours, basically we're doing a challenge where I think 10 of us devs are each getting 24 hours with the code base. We know nothing about it, and the situation report is I got this code base after a couple devs have had it. It is a game type I know nothing about. It's, I think, based off of a game called Lobotomy Corporation. I haven't played it or any games really like it. And it's using Redot engine, which is a fork of Godot. And I haven't used either of those. I didn't even have them downloaded. And it's also using GD script, which is kind of like Python, which is a language I don't know. So we've been getting up to speed quick. We utilize AI quite a bit to help convert, between things I know and things I don't. That's where we're at. So when we left off, before I took a little food break, take a little power nap, um, we were trying to figure out the like archaeological situation with this game, and it appears to be the first two guys, one of them named Pew and one of them named Celigen, each it looks like they each made their own copy of the game, like their own version of the game. They don't appear to reference each other really, but they're kind of the same. They're based on the same type of game, this Lobotomy Corp kind of game, and so that was a little confusing at first because I don't, I didn't. There's a bunch of code that doesn't. It's not referenced or working, and I wasn't trying to reinvent the wheel. So where we're at actually is we've got this game scene here, and trying to these pictures right here. These represent the workers, which are kind of the characters that you control, and you've got to send them around to work in these different rooms that are on different levels, where there might be these monsters or whatever that you're working on. When I say working on, I don't quite know what that means, but again, this is just kind of a crazy go into it blind challenge, and your your workers need to get into these rooms and figure out what's going on. I've kind of been watching this long play out of the corner of my eye to get an idea of what kind of a game this is. So when I left off, I was trying to get the original game loaded up and running because it looked like it had a lot of stuff going on. It just appears that perhaps the second developer didn't like the the layout, the format, the code, the organization, whatever it was, and sort of went after a like a redo refactor and got a bunch of stuff working. I just don't know comparatively. Do I need to continue the refactor? You know, do I need to start fresh? Do I need to abandon that stuff because it didn't work? What's going on here? So that's kind of the situation update. We went in and this is, first started off, we added some sound effects, and that was my first foray into just how does this game engine work. And then added some music that plays when we launch it. We added a splash screen and auto transition into the gameplay scene to make it feel a little bit more like a game. And the next step is we're trying to make the characters pathfind. And after we can make them move around, then we'll make them look like they're walking. And then, maybe figure out the credit screen. Probably not, because it's going to require in-game, trigger. We could hack it in. but it may not be worth it. It might be worth doing some other stuff. So that's kind of where we're at. That's the update, and we are going to get after it right now. Let me show you the game with our new splash screen. And these are our workers. So we need to get these guys walking around. That's really the task at hand. This attack and move buttons, I gotta wire these up. And you can see that I've got the buttons kind of wired up. Attack pressed, move pressed. We know that our events are working. And now we just got to figure out how to get the list of selected workers when we press this. So that is the state. Uh, I'm gonna leave this text up here. This is kind of the the update that made more sense after going through the code a little bit. Um, it, we've got two versions of the game basically. So what I want to do is get these workers uh, moving, right? So he's saying what's missing. We're saying more instructions such as move and going up and down in the containment rooms. So that seems like the next place to go. Right here, interaction for instructions buttons. Uh, that's kind of this what we're talking about, the attack and move. So let's get movement working. So that attack button, the label is this thing. So it's this button here, and we tracked it down, and it's in the selection information panel, which is in the collagen scenes selection information. This thing. So you can see these two buttons. We want to get this move button working. And this move button, we added a script on it called move button GD. I don't know if that's the right spot yet, but we're wired up to this on button pressed event. And right now we're just logging out an error message so we know that the button press is working. And we can start hopefully working from here. So this move button is on this selection panel that doesn't have, I don't think it has the state. We'll have to see. This health container, health panel, health label. We gotta find out where that's at. So this is that selection information. We get the container. When you click on a worker, if it's a worker, it creates a new tab, that UI interface thing we were looking at, and then creates this panel, appends the tab to the tab list, and then sets a bunch of variables on that panel, which is this selection panel. It's not, I don't think it's this selection panel. This selection thing is it's the white selector like border that's on that that character. So we need to figure out, let's see, in the gameplay scene, we had interface, the control, and on that it has selection.gd. And inside of selection.gd, we have the selected list, which is a list of worker bodies. And then this is tabs with names of workers. So from here, we might, I wonder if it's better to wire up the button events to here, because this is where we have the selected list. Yeah, I wonder if these are, if it's an instance of this, it'll be an instance of the script if the buttons point to it. In like C, C sharp, you have static as a modifier, or like on a property or a class where you can say, there's only one of these things. And I'm thinking that if, like, I have these, the move button, right, has its own script, but I need to figure out how to go from here out, back to that interface panel. And so maybe, let's see. Okay, I wonder if I should have properties set for the move button and the attack button on that panel, maybe. Set those. We need to have, this go here. Let's see. When I click here, I wonder if you just make it target when you click on that thing, whatever those things are. What are these things? Canvas items? Containment room? So these are containment rooms. I wonder if there's a, if we can handle a click. Let's see. I have a, what is this thing? Canvas Node 2D. Oh, we're still gonna have to get, if we handle a click on this containment room as like the target, we need to know, we still need to figure out which workers are selected, if any. So let's see if this actually works. handler for room click. Used a space. Oh. Yeah, I gotta use tabs or this thing gets pissed off. Okay. Okay, so we gotta also wire up that funk. And let's see if this is the right way. I think I've seen 3 different ways of handling events in Redot so far. And I don't see the events being handled there. So I think what was it? Left mouse? Left mouse click. So we could try this version. Okay, let's see if that works. Different way of handling an input. Oh, we don't have selected maybe. Yeah. So I'm still not registering the events here. So that may not be it. What do we do? Get monster spawn position. Okay. So this is the current code that's hooked up to mouse left click. If I was selected by, I press the left mouse click. Oh, that was running in this process. Yeah. Func, which runs every frame. So it was checking the current input state. That's how that was being handled. It wasn't an event. It was like a polling situation, kind of like how the NES works. You can pull the controllers every frame. Okay. Let's see. There's scripts worker and gameplay worker. Oh, wait a second. This is the old one. This is the new one. Gameplay worker. Yeah, it's another part that sucks. There's two different versions of these things. So we've got this worker script's got a bunch of stuff moved to. Is that ever called? Is movement requested ever set? No. Okay. So we're gonna have to set movement requested and movement request towards. So movement request. So move to sets the move towards and calls move toward. I wonder why this also calls move toward. Move to. So is move to ever called? No, it's not. Okay. I wonder if we should just for grins, try to move towards something. Just to see. We need to get a position. I wonder. Let's see. Need to figure out how to get a position. Let's see. Let's ask, how do I make this thing move left? Just so we can see the code. Because I'm not familiar with this language or this engine. So I need to, what I want to do is just see if I can move the thing at all, if that works. So that when I try to start moving it, if it doesn't work, I know what's wrong. So this is saying we can basically just set it to this position X. And let's just see if that's gonna work. Nope. Assignment is not allowed inside an expression. Okay. Ah. So it's this. This is the problem. set it for now. Let's see how that works. Can't tell if it's moving. Tiny bit? Make it move a big amount. Let's see. Is it moving? Looks like something's going on, but I can't quite tell. Okay. Position X. How do I get a random position? Okay. So we need let's do this instead. Movement towards. If we set this movement requested to true, and then set this request towards not equal 0, then it should move by itself. There we go. So we saw those move. So we know our movement's working. This should make them jitter. Oh, rand range is not. Rand F. Okay, see them jittering around. Yeah, so we're trying to move, and it looks like they're not moving up and down. They're just moving left and right. So this is good. So this presumably means our move we'll be able to move those elements, and they're going to walk along the floor. Okay, so that's good. So and we have a little comment here about from one of the devs. First, check and see if we're on what floor the target is on, and if the worker's not on that floor, go to the nearest lift. Once the worker is there, teleport to whatever floor it needs to be on. Then go to that. If they're in a containment room, let them go into the containment room's door. Once that's done, select random positions throughout the map or specific ones depending on who's programming it. Okay. So we know that movement works. So we know we want to basically set these two things based on all this logic up here. So what we need to first do is be able to assign a target position. So I guess another option is we could just loop through the scene. Kind of sucks, but look for certain types of objects or nodes that have a particular script on them. Is there a way to loop? So it's a lame way of doing this, but it's a brute force way. But realistically, the game's not going to be big enough to probably matter performance-wise. So let's just see if it works. Loop through the scene and find any nodes with the script containment room. Let's yeah, we're literally just trying to figure out a way to get a position to go towards. Okay, find containment rooms. Okay, let's just see if this works. This is going to spam us, but we don't care. We're going to take it back out. And we need to add this func. Boy, I hate this. Please, if you're ever making a game engine, don't make white space matter. Like having to replace spaces with tabs and stuff, it's for the birds. It's ridiculous. It's not clever. Doesn't make your code clean. Stop it. Unindent does, yeah, see? Okay. That's the problem. I don't know. Like, is this supposed to be inside? Which if is this supposed to be in? This one? Okay. This? No. So we have a for, an if, a found, back out 2, found, back out 1. Oh, it's so insane. Is it this? Is that it? Okay. So if we look down here in our log, it's just working. We're actually finding the containment rooms. So, and every frame we're getting a lot of them, so that's great. So we know this works. So we can stop this. This is brute force. Yeah, it's kind of a crazy way of doing it, but we're, short of making actual classes, and checking the class, like the type of the thing. Right now, these are just node 2Ds, and they just happen to have the containment rune script on them. So that's how we're gonna find them. Okay, so we've got containment rooms, and then I guess what we can do is say, well, let's do the same thing for workers. Why not? Let's find all the workers. Are they going to have scripts? No? Of course not. That would be too easy. How do we have workers then? There we go. So worker.gd. All right. And so what we'll do is we'll say find thing by script name, and then we'll give it a root node and a script name. Oh, they don't like Pascal casing. They probably want this. And so we'll do script name like this. And we'll do an example, and we'll say found thing. Okay. So this is recursive. I like to call that out. And then it makes it easy for this find containment rooms because we say return like this. Okay. And now we can do this for workers. And it's worker.gd. Okay. So now we can test to make sure our thing still works. We'll do the workers part 2. We could probably get rid of this and just pass that in. Since it's a helper, it can be simple. And then we say find workers. All right, let's see if that works. Cool. So we found worker, worker 2, worker 3. Okay. So this is nice. Now we've got at least a way to find the workers, and I wonder if I also figure out the formatting of this print function. I also want to print the worker dot selected property. Just see how this works. Okay, so you basically just keep giving params like this. Let's see if that works. Okay, so that works. See the selected true, false. So now we have a way of getting workers. We have a way of getting if they're selected. Um, you know, we could actually could actually say, um, let's see, what do we want to do here? We want to have a worker, you select them, and then we want to have you select a containment room. Let's see, I want to print the boundaries. I want to print the chord boundaries for each room. Let's just see if that's gonna work. This will be interesting. Oh, I so hate this tabs thing. I stupidly thought I would never have to do it again after ditching CoffeeScript. But it's been resurrected. You can tell the era this is from. Let's see if this works for the boundaries. Okay. So now we're getting the boundaries for these rooms, and it looks like it's relative to the current viewport. Is that right? The global position. Okay. So it isn't. It just happens to be, like left of 0. So we must have a 0, 0, like origin in the middle. Or the way this level was built, it was. It looks like a 0, 0 in the middle. Yeah. Yep. So there we go. All right. So now we have a way of getting the containment rooms and their boundaries. And what we can do for now is just, if a worker's idle, maybe that's it. Maybe we just idle our workers kind of back and forth. And then we will then hook up the selecting of rooms and stuff. Let's see if this, hey, Control KC works for commenting on a whole block. So let's give each of the workers then a like a movement state. So they have all these properties. Is this the right one though? I got to make sure I'm working on the. So this is the Pew worker. So I got to work on this bottom one, the Celigen worker. We need. We got to think about the states. So the states of movement. So we have idle. So kind of where they walk back and forth, just kind of meandering. We have um, we have 2 room. They're walking to a containment room. I guess. Well, that's not the. So we have a target. That's what it is. We have their. We have a macro target and a movement target, and a micro target, right? We've got the micro target would be like a room on same floor, an elevator, what else? Or just an idle position. And then the macro target would be an idle position or it's a room on any floor. Doesn't matter if it's same floor or not. So at that point, the macro is, am I idling or am I moving to target? And then from these two, we can check our target and if we're there or not, and if we have to, and how we have to get there. So if our target is on a different floor, we know we've got to work towards the elevator, the closest elevator on that floor. If the target's on a different floor, that we go to the elevator. If it's on the same floor, we just go to that room. And if we're idling, then we're just headed towards our idle position, and once we get there, we maybe pick a different idle position. So we need a macro target at a position of a room or an idle position. And then frame by frame, we're going to check and see, we'll actually calculate where we have to go. So I wonder if it matters. Really, it's, are we idling or not? Because if we're idling and we reach our target, we just continue idling. And if we're not idling and we reach our target, then we figure out if we have to warp or not into the room or use the elevator. So it should be good enough to just have a bool then. Okay, let's go with that. The is idling bool should be enough for us. And we'll go back to this. So we'll just start off with the is idling thing. And so we're going to initialize with an is idling to true. And then the two different options we're going to have are if we're if is idling, movement requested, and movement towards, request towards. So let's just do if is idling equals true and movement requested towards is equal to vector 0, which means we're idling but we don't have a target yet, then let's set a target. So we'll do movement requested equals true. That kicks off, that gets us through this check here. And then our movement requested towards is we're going to pick basically our current position X, and then probably just subtract the plus or minus 100 from that or something. Because let's look at our scene. It looks like maybe negative 500 to 500 is a kind of tight walking area. Let's try that. So that's where we'll set a random X of negative 500 to 500. And then for the Y, we're just going to use our current position. And I believe that's just this position variable. Okay. Let's just see if that works. And I think that should stop. I think that should, I think once we get there, we should stop. Yeah, okay. And then we're gonna wanna also check this to see if we're on floor. Because we don't really want to do this when we're floating down. We want to do this after we land. Okay. So I think these guys are moving pretty fast. Let's take this down. It's 1 plus property swiftness. Let's see if that slows them down enough. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay. And so what we want to do now is so we're handling the situation where if you're on the floor and you're idling and you don't have a target, then let's pick a target for you. And we need to know if your position is close enough to your target. So let's say, let's see, how do I tell if I am, usually you just kind of subtract the positions and then say if the delta is less than 20 or whatever. But I just want to confirm that that's how you might want to do it in Godot. And yeah, so we have, let's see, an else. So we want to say, basically, we only want to do any of this if we're on the floor, first of all. So let's put this in this guy here. If and then so if we're close to our target, then we've reached it. So we want to say if we're idling, and we really only want to do that if we're idling. So we say if else if let's see if this works. Oh, what do I need? Semicolon? Yeah, that seems like a Tell me before it runs, kind of a situation. Compiler, come on. Is this not how else if? Is else if 1? Let's ask if this is correct. The syntax, right? We're just dealing with the syntax. So it's elif. Of course it is. Why not be different? Cannot find property position on base vector 2. Okay. Because it's not dot position. It's just dot x because it already is a vector. Okay. Hey, look. Now our boys are idling around. Cool. So I feel like this is, working pretty good. I don't know why there's like a weird slow hitch there. I don't know if it's physics because they're on this ramp. But they all seem to hitch at the same time, so it's kind of weird. I wonder if there's a way to see FPS on this. Is there a way to see FPS? Overlay? Project settings, debug FPS. Let's try it. Project settings, debug, general. GUI. Project settings, debug, FPS. Project settings. I don't see debug. Let's see. I don't even see that in the search for the setting. Project settings, search for monitor debug. New. Settings. Debug. Settings. Okay. Print FPS. On. Okay. Let's try that. Okay, so it's like console logging it out. Okay. So interesting note is that we're running at 3000 FPS. So it's probably not, it's probably a math situation or a physics slowdown thing because of the ramp and not, not that we're crushing the CPU too hard. So that's nice to know. 3000 FPS is strong, I would say, fair to strong. So we got that going for us, which is nice. Uh, let's. Being told to refresh the stream chat, and we'll see if y'all are saying anything. Sorry if I missed it, but go ahead and ping me if you got questions and stuff, and if you've got comments and helpful tips. I appreciate it. Like I said, this is my first time ever seeing Redot, Godot. The editor downloaded it today using this GD script. Actually, this game genre too, which is exciting. But what we've got here is uh, now our dudes are kind of idling, which is nice. Just monkeying around like that. So that is great. And then once they get close, they stop doing that. All right. So this is going to handle the idling case, and then what we want to do is handle the situation where we click on a containment room to try to go to, because that'll force us to walk them potentially to an elevator, potentially to a door, you know, yada yada. So the first thing we got to do is get a target, and you know, and how are we going to get the targets? We're going to get a click target after. Is it? Are we going to do it after? Let's look at that UI. Are we going to do it after these guys? Like when you click on one of these and then you click attack? Do we do it like that? Or you just click on one of these guys and then a left click? Maybe we do it contextually. Just a left click on a room means, yeah, go move to that room. And if you left click a monster, it just means go attack that monster. You don't have to, we don't have to click one of these buttons first. So that said, what we need to do is figure out, we need to get click handling on these containment rooms sorted out. Very first thing. Because then we know that our find workers function works. It's brute force, but it works. And we can check the selected property on those, and that works. So what we would do is on the room click, potentially find those workers and then give them a new target and say that they're not idling. And then that should make them go towards the, like head straight on over. So I think that's the right strat. It feels good. Now the problem is going to be we need to figure out how to get the click handler working on this these containment rooms. So let's do that first. And again, for those of you just joining, this is a project we're doing 10 days, 10 different devs. Each dev gets 24 hours. We don't know anything about the language, the tech, anything, even the game. And then you just get this zip file. Other guys have worked on it. You spend 24 hours on it, and you send it off to the next guy. So it's kind of crazy. It's it's pretty. It's a you know roll the dice. I didn't know the language, the game engine, which is Redot in this case. The I've never used Python or GD script, and I've never even played this game. It's called Lobotomy Corporation. So overall, kind of a tough one for me, but I have made a few games, released a few games, and so that's helped. And obviously, just showing how we use AI to help out. It's basically like a fancy version of Stack Overflow in this context. So, um, it's kind of interesting if you're wondering like how does a newbie handle getting into coding. Well, that's kind of like this, right? Go fork somebody's code or clone it from GitHub or whatever, and then start monkeying around, and it's not too far off except maybe you have a little less pressure. So, because you don't really want to suck, right? For the next guy on this contest, it's not really a contest, but everybody wants to do a good job. So the first guy did a bunch of stuff. The second guy actually took all of his stuff, it looks like, and looks like he just made another folder and then redid the work in a totally different way, which is kind of funny. And so, funny, I don't know, funny, not funny. And so then I'm trying to figure out like, well, whose work's good and and whatnot. So that's where we're at. It's a little bit. It's actually totally chaotic in terms of how you'd want to actually work. So back to the task at hand. We got to figure out containment rooms, and we have a method that'll find them for us. It's this little guy we just made. Uh, but we need to figure out when they get clicked on. So let's go to containmentroom.gd and I wonder if there's a ready. There's got to be a ready, right, on this. So if we do this on containment rooms, does that just work? On button pressed? Containment room's not a button, but maybe. Let's see. My favorite thing is to just log error right off the bat, just to see if anything's working. Is it print? This is the part I hate. I don't know the language well enough. Is it print error? Print? Yeah, print error. Okay. Containment room. Boom. We're connecting, so they use this syntax to connect up these events by a name. They call them signals. And we're going to do print room clicked. All right. Let's see if that works. Nope. Pressed. It's not a thing, probably. Pressed is not declared. Yeah. So what do we, let's see. Watch this. Hey, Grok, don't be stupid. How do I get this node to D2 log when I click on it? This is the nice part about AI is that if you could have, if in the old days you had to search Stack Overflow to find somebody's answer, well, the AI just kind of can search that a little quicker than you, and then it sort of summarizes potentially the answer, and so it can be helpful. So it's saying you have to define a signal and then wire that up, and I think it always. Let's just see if this works. It doesn't feel right. It might work, but it just doesn't feel right. Click area dot connect. What is a click area? And then the paste out of here sucks because this. So far, my most hated feature is that you have to have tabs to instead of brackets, and so pasting out of other stuff, pretty much always breaks. But damn. Okay, so we got on room clicked. Let's just say one. Let's say two. Emit signal. Uh, so this ready function is wiring up, and I feel like this is going to bitch at me and say you have to wrap this in a callable because it's done it to me a couple times. I feel like that's more correct. Um, so we're wiring up this click area, which I don't know where that is defined yet, uh, to an input event, which will then trigger this input event func, and it'll say if it's a mouse button and it's the left button, then we're going to emit the signal room clicked. Okay, yeah, this looks a little bit ridiculous. We'll clean that up, but we'll just see if Grok is smoking crack or not. click area still null? Is that what's going on? Callable. That's so funny. Maybe it's certain types have that in their base class. The last two times Grok's given me that, I had to add callable to it. So identifier click area not declared. Let's tell Grok about it. And then we can also use ChatGPT and see if ChatGPT is any smarter. Okay. Ensure that area 2D node exists. We're on selection. Wait a second. Selection information. Is that right? Select. Are we in the? Do y'all see this? Oh, wow. Here's a UI trick. These tabs over here are related to things over here and not the stuff in here. So don't let that fool you. So where our containment rooms are in this gameplay thing, right? They were just basically like nodes in this deal. Is that right? They were just node 2Ds. Yeah. So I have this containment room script, and what? So sometimes I'll just go back and forth between these guys and make them fight each other. So we'll say help with this click event, wire up, boom, paste it in there, let that guy run. And while that's happening, we'll come back and look at these guys. Oh, so we have this onReady var, which we didn't have before, which is setting up this click area. So this $, what we found out was that it basically goes to the node that you're on and looks for something called click area within that thing. And I don't know if maybe node 2D, that's like built in, or if I have to say, you see what I'm saying? Like it's area 2D, we're on a node 2D, we may not have an area. So let's see. Other thing I'm going to do is I'd say ChatGPT's better at this is if you take a screenshot and you give that over. Sometimes it works better. Because it'll read it and do a pretty good job of figuring that out. So we'll just I usually let these guys these AIs just kind of kick off in the background while they think, and try to sort it out myself. But this click area thing's the problem, I believe. Ensure click area exists. Yeah. So we extend node 2D. Okay, so this is how we have a node 2D uh, class containment room. Okay. Node monster click area. Let's see if just put that up here. Ensure click area exists as a node name in the scene tree. Let's see. For click area, I want to use the node that this script is attached to. Signal, room clicked, so that's kind of like an event, the signal thing. And then on the ready, if we have a click area, so this is just kind of guarding us against the null ref exception. which is fine because we have a bunch of these rooms. We may not have them hooked up somehow. Uh, and it's a lot of runtime errors, so I appreciate more null ref checking with these scripting languages. Func on input area click. Let's try this. You know what? I think what we're going to do is actually we'll tell ChatGPT that omit me tabs when you're putting out that text instead of spaces. So click area, containment room, click area, collision 2D monster. Okay, so containment room, the scene. Okay, it has a collision area. Maybe we can use this instead. Let's see. We might be able to use this collision area. Okay. It looks like this might be better. So you still have the signal. We're connecting to the, okay, just an on input event. On input event. And then it looks like it's just this. So now we're saying any input events call this function. And we're saying, hey, if this is a left click, emit the signal room clicked and print containment room clicked. So the signal is kind of like fire an event so that we could, potentially wire up to it from something else. Oof. Invalid argument for connect. Argument 2 should be callable, but it's containment room. Would be ironic, right, if it was that thing where I had to put callable back in. Let's see. Also, when emitting GD script code, indent with tabs instead of spaces. We'll see if ChatGPT can listen to the instructions. So this might have to be callable right here. Let's see if I can type it faster than the AI. Oh, it has to set process input to true. Huh. Dude, this is changing it every time. Hey, yo, we got tabs. Okay. Handle input events and handle on room clicked. Okay. Let's see. What's the event? What's the problem? Button left is not declared. Did you mean mouse button left? I mean, maybe. I didn't write it. AI did. You know, the AI is not super genius. If it was, it could identify bicycles, buses, crosswalks. Okay, cool. So our guys are idling, we're running. If we click on this, do we see anything? No. Why not? You know? Get my hopes up and everything, and then nada. So, set process input to true. Alright, let's look at what's going on here. We're connecting room clicked to call this func on room clicked. Set process input to true, but this is input event built in? Is input event built in? Nothing is being called when I click on the room. Let's see if we missed anything here. We got the input event, the on room clicked, set process input. We've got our signal. Input event is not built in. It's a signal that belongs to control. Using input, global input, is called whenever game processes any input. Okay. See, I don't understand. Now it gave me different code, but it's not doing set process input anymore. See that? It took these lines out. And now it's saying if is mouse over. What? This is it's just like going totally sideways with a new way of doing this. All right. So now we're looking at yeah, I'll just let it know. Mouse button left just for next time. So now it's saying handle the room click if the mouse is over us and the mouse is clicked down, it's a room click. And if mouse over is this just getting the position and looking to see if it's in our rectangle. Damn. Okay. So we're failing, failing hard to get that click working. I wonder if there's a different way of handling this. Like, you know, this is the part where the nuances of the editor matter, right? The game engine. Is it better to do we add a button? Is that a thing? Do you just add a button to this node or this panel? Try to handle the event? Because that's not working. Is it better to add a button to the containment room control? Func input is this. Hey, left mouse button clicked. Cool, we got it. Okay, dynamite. So this left mouse button click thing is now working. Let's just add a little thing here, which is like self.name. I wonder if that's a thing. Can you just do that? Yes, you can. Boom. So containment room clicked. Now, the interesting thing actually is we didn't check to see if the room was clicked. It's like all the rooms are showing up. It's like every room is saying, "Hey, I'm clicked," which is kind of weird, if you ask me. So let's send this back to AI and say, getting the event now, but all rooms are reporting being clicked when a single room is clicked. Let's just see what the what see how the AI thinks about that. All right. Well, chat, let me know. Have you used Redot so far? Do you think it's is it better than Godot? Is it better than Unity? Is it better than Unreal? What do you think? Okay. So, let's go back up to our message to it where we said, "Hey, we got to they're all being clicked." And it's saying the issue lies in your input function. Your input function is global, meaning it's called for every instance. As a result, all rooms are responding to the click. That makes sense because that's what's happening. So you, you localize detection using area 2D and the input event to localize detection on the containment rooms. Cool. I believe that's what I asked for. So let's do that. So everything's the same up in, let's see, the ready. So this is now different. This is new. This is the same. Okay. And now we've got on click area input event. So this works, but is global. And we'd have to check. Need to check maybe boundaries and mouse position to filter out. So let's not delete that. We might keep it and just do that if the AI is not helping us quick enough. And so instead, let's do this new one, which it's sent, which is basically saying, it's kind of going back to where we used to be, where we're connecting the click area, which is up here, which I'm not sure. I don't think click area is going to work right. We don't have a click area. Let's see. Do we have a positioning area? We have a collision area. I mean, we could add a click area. Let's see if that's a thing. It's not a thing. It's an area 2D called click area. And I mean, do we have to set its size? This node has no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other objects. So we got to figure out how we add a click area. Thanks. It's just a dinner check and a wellness check on me. So we've got, let's see. Well, I just don't believe this is going to work. That's my problem. Because now it's relying on this click area thing. And this thing doesn't have click area. So let's just say make one, but it has no shape. And so maybe we just add a shape to it. And that's what fixes it. A collision shape. Collision object. Funny enough, those other things have it already. So in your containment room, add an area 2D named click area. Add a collision shape 2D. Okay. Shape 2D. And set the shape to match the size of the area you want to make clickable. So this is the problem. I want it to be the size of this thing. Shape property, choose the shape. Where is that? It's a new rectangle shape. 2D. Okay. The debug color is whatever that is. And then let's try this. Not hopeful on this. Seems like a giant pain. What the? Funk spawn monster. Containment room. So containment room must be busted. Could not parse global containment room. I'm gonna copy this down just because we want to come back to this. So we are trying to spawn monsters, but I don't ever see them. So we'll fix that. Could not parse global class containment room. Sweet. Let's try it again. Nope. So line 17. No, that's of this. I want what's line error line 44. On room clicked. Has the same name as it previously declared. Oh, okay. So we got two of them. Did we just do this? See if that works. Okay. Click. Click. No clicky? Why don't you like the click? How do I see? Let's see. That's the thing. I want to be able to see this. Maybe there's a different. Is there a different? So we know that this works. So let's give this back. Say, can we filter out the other rooms by checking the mouse position? So while it's doing that, I think that's what I want to do, right? Let's just get back to it. KU on comment that block. And I believe we added this, which we may not need. And this, which we may not need. And what we want to do is look for that is mouse over. Right? Let's just add it to this so we can see. Without having to. We'll check the AI's answer here in a second. See if our own is good enough. Is mouse over? No, TV. It's funny. Is mouse over is like a. Do I have to do that? How do you get? Oh, it's a func. It's a func. That's funny. So it like just rendered out a type. All false. So is mouse over is always returning false. Wait, there's a true. Right here. False. True. Left. Left 1. True. Left 2. True. False. What? Y'all see this? Left 1 is true. Left 2 is true. What is this one? Left one is false. Left one is true. Okay, so we're like offset. Okay, so this is kind of working. This kind of works, but the position seems shifted to the right. Let's see what it said. Global position of the containment room and how the, so we have to probably check like its width and, you know, take its position, but then subtract like half the width or something. So let's get back to business. We've got, kill this thing again. I'm feeling good about this. Kill this. Let's start, kill out this excess code that we've got. Containment room clicked. Name is over, is mouse over. And so the is mouse over is getting a little bit of an upgrade here. So it should, I think, like I was saying, take half of the width maybe. Yeah, look at this. So it's taking the size and the scale and then divide it by 2, subtracting that from the position. Because right now we're getting our position like this, and it's like shifted over. We need it to shift over half. It's going to print F there, so that'll spam us, but that's okay. We can take it out. I'd rather spam it than take it out. But what's null here? Background is not declared in the current scope. What the? It's got this background thing. Where did background come from? Can I use any of this existing node tree? Let's take another snip. Snippy snip. Boom. Boom. Come on. Let's see here. Based on your node tree, it looks like you've already got a well-structured case. Well, thank you, AI. You stop it some more. Silly little goose. Just always treat me like that. It's very nice. Collision area. Okay, with the space. Does that work? Can you do this? Y'all, this is insanity if this works. You see this? You can't do that, right? You can't have spaces and a... Let's just rename this bad boy so there's no space. Because I don't know that you could $sign that. Okay. And then it's just doing an... Okay, we're going away from the thing that works though. Now it's saying connect the collision area input event and then add this thing. Is it any different? Looks the same. So is that for real? So we've got like 2 signals wired up. They're going to pass to each other. Damn. Is mouse over? Collision area. Oh. Oh wait. Background is already there. Background was already there. Let's go back to where we were. Nope. Where's that background thing? This $sign background? Oh, that's tricky. So you don't have to actually have it as a top level. You can just do it in here. So oh, that's how we were doing it before. Okay. Okay, so we need to do the divide by 2 thing for background. So shift everything over. But it did a multiply by the scale, if I remember correctly. Where are you at? So there we go. Get the backgrounds global. So it's basically this, except we just want to use background like this. That work? Wow. What do you think, y'all? Pretty insane. Containment room's got another doesn't parse right. So what's the problem? Do we have the same func declared twice? Do we have spaces somewhere? Click this mouse over. We got his mouse over twice. Try that. What? Damn. So, okay, it's getting out of control, right? We're kind of bopping back and forth between sanity and insanity. Didn't we not have this working? We had this working. We just needed is mouse over to be better. I'm gonna delete a bunch of other junk. So left is true. Left is true. Oh wait. Left is true. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. Okay. Let's just take this out. The debugging part. And let's just filter this out right now to see if it's how we actually want it in the final. Left 2, true, 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 true. And then this one, 3. Okay, y'all, we got it, finally. So, let's clean this up. Basically, I just went back to what was working, which was, handle the global input event and just check to see if we're left click and we're over the room. And if we are, then that's our click. So, we don't need on room clicked, right? We don't need this. We don't need the click area. We took it out of there already. I don't even think we need the room clicked. I guess we could send that signal. That could be what we do. Um, connect room click to handle. So how do we, let's just see, how do we fire that signal? So we're going to send it AI our code. We're going to say, yo, instead of in input, instead of printing, send the, what is it, room clicked signal. And let's see if it does that. Okay. And then we'll kind of come full circle where we're checking properly, and then we're emitting in a proper signal that we can then kind of bind to and go from there. So nothing's changed here. Nothing's changed here. Is mouse over? Seems to be the same. So it's just emit signal. Okay. So we'll take that out and emit the signal, and now we should get this other. We'll call this containment. Containment room has been clicked. There we go. Probably don't need to emit it as an error. And so now we have clicking on our containment rooms. That was painful, uh, pain and suffering for all involved, but we've got it now. Let's recap the actual solution because I know it was chaotic going through it. But basically, what we have here is we're just defining a signal called room clicked, which is an event in just about everything else. And then when this script gets uh, created, it wires up this signal, room clicked, to our own function on room clicked, which does a print right now. And so whenever the signal gets ticked, our function gets called. Okay, cool. But also, we're basically wired up to the global input right here, which gets ticked every frame. And then, I'll put it right here. I kind of like those to be near the top. This is a global func that gets called by the engine. And then that thing says, hey, are we doing a mouse button event? Yep. Is it pressed? Yep. Is it left? Yep. Is it mouse over? Yep. So we could probably put these all in one. I know some people don't like that, but it's actually what it is. So if that's all true, if the event's mouse, it's pressed, it's a left click, and it's over us, then we're going to emit the signal room clicked, which then calls our func room click. So instead of doing this, emit signal, we could just call this, but it would only work for our class. If we do this, other code can subscribe to our room clicked signal, and it would get called too in one shot. So it'd be kind of nice to have, multiple things. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's events. It's events. Kind of like PubSub, if you're familiar with that. You're somehow not familiar with events. Um, same thing. So our is mouse over is working nicely, and the trick with that. So we had a few things screwing us. One is we were looking at like how do we do the is mouse over we weren't shifting the background size properly. We were looking at it's like point in space, but it was the middle of that point in space, so it was sort of offset. And with two rooms next to each other, it meant that sometimes the left one was getting triggered by the right one, and so it seemed totally broken. And it was just because the backgrounds in math were shifted over. So that's what this whole divide by two thing is. It's a very common pattern. You see it everywhere when dealing with rectangles. The size of the thing times the scale of the thing um, for a variety of reasons, and then divide by two gets you that half width. You subtract it from its actual position if you're at like a if you're 0, 0, your origin's in the middle. And then that, you know, we should, and that also will do the x and the y, I'm pretty sure. This is vector 2, so uh, yeah. So that works. Let's double check that our corners work. That's how we test the rectangles. Up here, here, down here, down here. Does it work out here? Nope. Does it work over here? Yep. Okay. Yeah, so we are good to go. All right. Whew. All that to say, that was a lot for getting those things clickable, the rooms. And now it gets us back to kind of where we were at, which was when a room is clicked, what should happen? Well, when we click on a room right now, if we have workers, we're going to get into like religious holy war kind of stuff of where this code lives. Should the room know about workers? And should we wire that up here? Because it makes sense right here. We could just actually, in this function, grab the list of workers and see if they're selected and run their code, right? Or should something else register to room click events, and then when the room click event happens, call back to that thing? It would it keeps, one way makes the room click this thing more independent. Like the first way couples this thing to workers, and the other way couples workers and whatever that other thing that's doing the registration is to containment rooms. So frankly, it doesn't matter right now. We're not making GTA 7. It doesn't have to be perfect. So right now, let's just see if what was that function called? It was get workers, find workers, find workers, and that was in what file? Gameplay worker. So we don't really need. We want this. Well, I'm just going to copy it and paste it. Do not freak out right now. I don't need any pitchforks. We don't need this here. It'd be nice if we had a base class. I don't know. They're different, totally different things. I don't think we can, merge classes that way. So for now, we're just going to copy and paste and see if this works. And then we can, again, you get stuff working and then you refactor later and you'll do the right thing. If you spend too much time gold plating before you know the solution, then you're going to gold plate the wrong solution. So what we want to do is find workers, and then for each the workers, wrong spot, and let's just see. When we click on that containment room, we'll see if we find the selected workers or not. No selected workers. Boom, selected workers. All of them are somehow true. We're going to deselect. Oh, crazy. Crazy world, Elsa. Do you see this? They're they're being selected by walking by each other. Is that a thing? Okay, I've got one selected right now. Yep. How's that happening? Two selected. Okay. Two. Okay. Okay. Uh, that selected property was getting set to true when they were walking through each other. So let's look and see where selected is set to true. On control GUI event, if the mouse button is the left one and it's pressed, select me. Okay. Where else? It gets called in this process? No. Line 35. Is the setter for selected. Well, I'm not going to try to solve that mystery just yet. When those guys were walking by each other, they were setting each other as selected somehow. So there's something funky with that. I don't know what it is. And but what we really want to do is let's just you know move on with our lives here and say let's make a func called uh, func set room target, and then we can do a print. Let's just room target set, and we'll give it here, let's say, a name and a position. Okay. Let's just see if this works. Back in our containment room, if the worker is selected, we're going to print that we found him, but we're also going to set that worker dot set room target, and it's going to be self dot name and position. Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay. Expected. Oh, I don't. This is another funny thing. It's like this whole colon thing at the end. It's like okay, but you couldn't figure that out with the func. It's got parens. Containment room clicked. Right, none of them are selected. I'm gonna select one of them. Click it. Found worker. Selected true. Room target set. Left in the position. Boom. Okay. So we want to do that, and then so that works, just right there. So I'm just going to leave a note for the next programmer so that at least while they're pissed off, they get to see a comment that says, I knew I was pissing you off when I did it. This works, but you might not like the coupling of containment rooms and workers. So, anyway, for the new folks, just as an update, this was a crazy 10 dev challenge. We each get 24 hours with the project. We're just handed a zip. We don't know the language. We don't know the game engine. And we just got to make it's like telephone but with code. We work on it for 24 hours, ship it off, and then it goes to the next guy, and then at the end of it you're supposed to have a game. And you know, as the fates would have it, for me, I didn't know the language. I didn't never had installed the game engine, and I didn't even know the game type. It's this game called Lobotomy Corporation. It's kind of like that as the inspiration, and so I never even seen it. So it took me a bit just to watch this video to have some idea of what's going on. It's some kind of roguelike where you have your workers that walk around, and then you got to give them a target, which is one of these little rooms, and then they go there for some amount of time and monkey around, and that does a thing. You know, some numbers go up somewhere, and then, but sometimes that can go wrong, I guess. The monster in the room that they're working on breaks out or attacks them or whatever, and they die or they're getting killed. I'm not quite sure, but that's kind of the rough overview. At least that's what I'm going with. And so we've been working on a variety of things just to catch everybody up. We've done sound effect stubs. We've got music in. We did a splash screen. Um, we were trying to make workers pathfind to the target locations. So what we've got is containment rooms are now clickable, and workers try to go to room. So we're actually going to work on that part right now. So now we've got containment rooms clickable through this. I'll probably just throw that in there. Um, after call to worker.setRoomTarget. Okay. And then let's do this thing now. Remember before when we were messing around with just making sure the guys could move around, we knew that setting these params that these props were gonna work. So now we set is idling to false. So we have a target. Movement requested is true to kick off movement logic, and we're requesting towards this position. And so now, man, it would be cool if that actually worked. Like move the dudes towards it. Come on, is it gonna work? No, see, look what's happening. Getting multi-selected. Okay, no, stop it. You go there. Ha ha ha. Yeah, buddy. Does he stop? Yep. Boom, you go here. Oh, shoot, you're over here. No, you stop. Chaos. No. Hey, get back. Okay, so what we definitely should do is deselect a worker after it gets a target, so that whatever bug that is where they like hand off their selected state does not happen again, because we don't like that junk. And you know what? I'll turn off the project FPS because it's at 3000. You know, it's fair to strong. So let's go ahead and do that. We knew that was in project settings, debug, print FPS off. Clean up our console a little bit so that if we have errors and stuff, we still see it. Okay, pick one, move it. Pick one, move it. Okay, so you see these guys? They are being a little bit silly, right? Because they're trying to. Oh, you stop. Yeah, so there's something to do with their selected events. It's not right. But they're trying to get down here. And so now, what we can do is try to figure out, is the room target they're on, when they're walking, on the level or not? If it's not on the level, they need to go to one of these elevators. And so how do we figure out if they're on the level or not? And so what I'm thinking is, if their position, if their Y position is above the room, they're not on the level because they're like above that room. So that works that direction, but doesn't work the other direction. If they're below the room, are they on the level? Well, it's unclear, right? You could be above, you could be below by 2 levels. So maybe we go up a level at a time, because it would check the next frame and it would just basically go up again. So the math, the logic, even though it's kind of doesn't feel good enough, I think it works. Once you're in an elevator and you're going up and down, you'll just keep going up. So let's try that. Let's just add a function that says, am I on the right level or not of my room? So let's see. Func is position. Well, wait a sec. We can't do that. That won't quite work because if we're on the actual same level, the position is still above us. I wonder, let's just look at this old code and see if they had, what did they call it? Floors? Was on floor? Is on floor? No. That was, what was it called? It was called, was the room on my room? It was on, can't remember if there was code in there that already did this check that we could look at and see how they did it. A couple guys worked on it before, and I don't remember if they ever put in logic to find out if their rooms were on the right level or not. Get first available containment room. Click room containment ID. You have to assign a door to a room. Okay, so we actually want to. I wonder if that's how we do it. Do we look at the doors for the rooms? See if the door's on our level. Oh, his position is room on our level. Just stub it out as false for now. And yeah, so see how there's doors here? But not all of these have doors. So that's one thing we got to figure out is first we got to get doors to these rooms. So we need doors down here and doors down here. And then we're going to have to figure out if those doors are on our level. And what we could do is probably figure out roughly if, you know, the positions within like 100 of the X, of the Y, of the door, like the bottom door, this thing, then it might work. We'll have to figure out like what's the difference between this low spot and this high spot. You know, whatever the lowest and highest are, and it's not a perfect thing, but it would work for this. So, oh, hold on. chilly here today. YouTube, X, Twitch, Trovo. Who are you? So let's figure out what our delta Y that would work for now is going to be. So we're looking at this thing. This thing is it's almost, what is that? 125, then half again. So we're close to 200 up and down on the height on these things, these rooms. Does that seem to jive with this? Like 400 total. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 50 per tick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 400. Yeah. So the delta between, let's see, do I have a, can I get a selector? Do I get a sizer on this? No, that would be too convenient. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ticks. So about 300 between this low spot and where this would be. Similarly, about 6 ticks. And then, what do we got here? The door is going to be down here. We don't have any like high doors, right? Okay, so 300. And if we were here, so if you're above the door, you're not on the level, right? No, because you could be up here. And the door would be below you, but you're on the level. And you could be down here, and the door would be above you. But if your absolute value of your Y position minus the door's position is less than 300, because in this case the doors are going to be down here, which is like, 1,000 off, then it should be right. So let's go to scripts, and is the room on our level? So we're going to say, let's just pass in a room position for now. Room position. We say abs room position dot y minus our position dot y is less than 300. Is that going to work? Is abs the right func? Yeah, it looks like it's just a built-in sort of global. Okay. So now we'll just print out at position on our level, and we'll just do this and pass in this just to see if our func is working properly. So right now, if we click this, it should be true. Oh, shoot. Okay, so another problem is we don't have the doors for these yet. And the doors are what we actually have to check, not the room position. So when we call this set room target, it's going to be position. We're going to call it door position, like the warp door position. And when we call room target, it's warp door position, we're going to pass it this thing. So what we want to actually do is say our warp door position, and get the get the warp door position. This is like a to-do. And that means that all of these oh, this throws me off so bad. Sorry, I'm just like staring at it. That these tabs up here are not related to this. Right here, it's actually over here. Okay, so this containment room position, we need a, oh look, position door spawn. Is position door spawn exactly what we want? Marker 2D? Does marker 2D have a position? Generic 2D position. It is a position. Generic 2D position hint for editing. Okay, I don't know if that's. I wonder if let's just do it with position first, and then we'll come back and try it with that marker and see if it still works. Okay, so we didn't break anything. Okay, so now let's just see if this position door spawn still works. Okay, so that weirdly enough works. The I wonder how this works. This percent door thing. Explain percent door. Let's see if ChatGPT can teach me what this percent door thing is. The syntax is invalid in GDScript, which is likely a misunderstanding or typo. Huh. Yeah, I don't know if that's correct. This thing complains about just about everything, so I imagine if it wasn't correct, it would tell me. Um, but I could be wrong somehow. Uh, been wrong before. Containment rooms. So let's not get too caught up yet in what that is, and instead let's check out our scene and see if we can get these other entrance doors and containment doors in. So it looks like they're actually added to each one of these by hand. Okay. So let's just copy them, paste them. It would be nice, so like in Unity you would make a prefab for a containment room, and then it would have the thing. So I don't know what the analogous thing is. That this instantiate child scene, right? I just don't know. And at this point, I don't know if it matters. We've already got a few in there. It's not like 100, so it's not my favorite thing to do. So look away if you can't handle this. But I'm going to put couple more of these doors. Oh boy. So they're not even. This is this is fascinating. They're like completely not connected to the rooms at all. You see this? They're in this doors hierarchy, and we have this rooms hierarchy, which has top floor, middle floor, bottom floor. So 2, 2, and 3. And now we have the doors. So 2. So, oh gosh. Okay. So let's see if we can just take this wholesale and then move them all. Will that work? Move. Down arrow. Move. That's another nice thing about Unity. You're able to kind of move everything in a group. Can you do this still? Yeah. So short of that, I don't want to copy and paste all that stuff in one shot because it's probably going to be left with duplicates and stuff. So I'm just going to do it. Let's just try it one at a time. Let's drag these bad boys down here. Okay. And then the middle floor has left one. Yeah, so we pretty much need. So now let me try these other 3, and we'll see if I can move them all in one shot. Now it's kind of like one thing. Okay, so let's move that. Let's move that. Wait a sec. Did I mess this up? Yeah, I did. Entrance doors down here. Containment doors here. Containment door. Entrance door. Okay. Entrance door. Containment door. I'm just switching their sides for a little visual flair. If you got like severe OCD, you might not like this. And then the bottom floor, so we're going to end up with basically, I think it's left 1, 2, 3, right 1, 2, 3. Oh boy. So what are these things? Anything? They're containment room objects. Okay. So I'm wondering, I guess I could do this. Well, I'll take them off the middle. And it's a little closer to the drag. Okay. So we got to do this first one. And then this one. And then this one. We need some tunes. That one. And then one's going to be over here. And then over here. And then we need left 3 and what is this thing? A node 2D? Child. Node 2D. Left 3. And then let's give them copies of the doors. Off of 2, which will be here. Hey, that worked, see? Interesting. Entrance doors going up. And then we'll copy 2 off of this guy. Actually, just copy this whole thing. Call it right 3. And then move these 2 over. So, okay, so that works. That's nice. And then I want to move this out a little bit. It shouldn't be nested. Nope. Okay. Okay. So now we got all the doors. And now we've got to wire up all the doors, right? We've got to set them all. Containment rooms need doors. So, man, you know what would be nice? If these are actually properties. I wonder if we can do that export thing and then set them to the instances so that we don't have the situation of the wrong ones. So right now I'm not sure, like how are these doors being mapped? How are these doors being mapped to their containment room? Let's look for door in here. Door. See this? If position door spawn equals null, position, do we ever say get door position? We call it, well, which door position is this, first of all? Right, so there's different, there's the entrance door and the containment door. So first of all, we've got 2 things. And this is marker for door. It really feels like it's that export thing. Export, position, entrance, door spawn is the area 2D. This might be totally wrong, but does that make it so that the rooms now have a property? How did we get that before? Is it this export? Seems like it is, right? So why is it not? Oh, is that what this is? Did I put it on the wrong thing? The left containment room has a left. No? How did we do that before? We did that in what? We did that in the sound. We did that in an audio thing. It was the worker, was it not? The worker had a landing sound. Yeah. And so we did that export var, and that put it on the worker. And so we want the rooms which have containment room script to have the export var for position entrance door spawn. Doesn't show up. Tricky. How did we do that? Okay, well that would be nice. We should probably break. Yeah. Position door spawn. Okay. Unable to write because we're running. Save that bad boy. I don't know why it's red. I wonder what that means. Like, why is this red over here? Position door spawn is null. Yeah, it is. So we want this, this, this. Okay. I really don't understand. How was that working before? How are we getting... How does this even get called? Let's check that. So, position door spawn doesn't exist. Well, I know it doesn't. Where do you find that? Seriously? 76? Oh, shoot. Off the right-hand scroll. This guy. Bada boom. Okay. Yeah, I know. Be bitter. Okay. Okay, so now the position door spawns are not null. Which is interesting, right? Is it... Does it... Wait a second. But we're not calling this, right? We're not ever calling this. So position entrance door spawn. We want to say get position entrance door spawn. What? We have this thing that's just returning .global position. We'll just try that. Do we even need this function? Global position on nil. Okay. Dum, dum, da, dum. So we can replace this with this guy. And now this function's actually used, and it should die, but it should error out. It should error out. And let's just put the door name in here. Like right at the beginning. Let's see if we get a... It should crash, but we'll at least have an error message. Oh, it returns 0, so it doesn't crash. Okay. gets, interestingly enough, it gets what? It gets 0, 0? You see that? Did it return vector2 0? I didn't see it push an error message. Okay. Huh. And it's definitely not 0. Room target is left 1. Okay. Didn't see that as a working thing, but getting closer. So it's not the right door position, but we're not crashing. So let's, the warp door is actually going to be called entrance door. Probably not even need to do that. Probably just do that and set the room target. Let's just find that, see if, what are we calling this thing? Warp door position. Let's just rename that. Do we have a rename? Replace. Entrance door. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. So now we just need to make sure this entrance door thing works. And I'm still kind of freaking out because I don't understand how this is being set to anything. I was trying to make a property that shows up over here. It just showed up over there. Maybe it takes a bit to show up, but we'll say there's the entrance door and the containment door. So this is the outside warp door. This is the in the room door. Okay, now these show up. Yeah. Whoa, where'd they go? No. Oh, is it because we don't have the script bound to all these? Wait a second, these are doors. Okay, so the room. Can we do this? The top left entrance door. Oh, see, that's another nice thing about the Unity editor is you just drag stuff around and it does a pretty good job of trying to let you figure that out. So we're going to hit this assign and area 2D. Wow. So it's not having it. What are these things? Node 2Ds. Boom, boom, boom. Let's try these. Let's set the right type and see if that works. No, thanks. No. I hit some hotkey to set up voice activated Windows stuff. So, thanks, Bill. Doing all right. Don't need that right now. Appreciate the effort. Not gonna have that. So this entrance door. Okay, so remember I was just bitching about the Unity thing? It works here too. You just have to have the right type. So, my bad. And, you know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Redot. Redot. Redo. It's my bad. Containment door. that's left 2. We're on right 1. Entrance. Containment. This is going to be kind of boring. Right 2. Entrance. Containment. It'd be super sweet if you could speed me up in real time, but like double the speed. And then I experienced life at like double the speed. Be nuts. Like maybe Elon could get on that. Start working on it. Left. Entrance. Containment. So right 1. You see this? What's going on here? Oh, now it's there. Entrance. Containment. Right 2. Entrance. Containment. So that's the middle floor. Wait a second. Did we do all these? Okay. So we did top and middle. Going to bottom. And left 1. Entrance. Left 1. Containment. Check. Left 2. Entrance. Containment. Left 3. Nope. Can't click it. Gotta just drag it. Entrance. Containment. I will say there's some kind of smoothing that this UI is doing. The editor. It's smoothing my mouse movements just a little bit. And so it's slightly laggy, but slightly less maybe jittery or sharp than normal. And it feels kind of good. Weirdly enough. It's kind of nice. Most satisfying. Okay, let's see if that sets up those positions properly so that when I click on one of these beasts of burden, tell them to go. Tell them to Godo. Tell them to Redot. Is he going to go to the door? He's going to go to the door, people. You know? That's how the internet works. It just goes to the door. You're like, hey, maybe go to the door if I click on it. And then never listen to me again. Because, you know, why would you want to do that? So, it looks like we've successfully made the red faces go to the blue doors once. And now we get to figure out why in the world they don't go to their homes after that. But massive win. Just a little bit of data config to set up all the door relationships. And clicky. Oh, we have to click the rooms. They go to their homes. I was clicking the doors. You gotta go to the room. That's the situation. You go to this door. Yeah, he goes right to it. So if we put the doors off, not a bug, it's a feature. Goes right to the door. Enhancement might be actually to go to the door when you click a door. Potato. So what we need to do now is go back. We need to get these red faces to figure out if they're on the right floor. See, this is on our level true thing. So if I click this guy and I say go to this, it should say false down here. Okay. And then if I click this guy again, or this guy or somebody, anybody, Come on, monkeys. And I say go to this guy, it should say true down here. Both of them, yeah. Okay, so now we're kind of, we're going to assume that we're correctly figuring out if they're on our level. Go up here, it should say false. Yeah. And so, in the case where we give it a door that we want to go to, and it's not on our level, we actually want to go to the elevator nearest that room that's on our level. Okay, so let's go back to our worker logic for our worker moving. Wherever that is. Gameplay, worker. All right, so we're setting the room target, and right now we set it towards the entrance door position. But what we need to do is basically say if, use parens, if is room on our level, then we'll do this thing. Else, we want to do a whole thing, which is going to actually be elevator POS. And so the var elevator elevator POS is going to equal, for right now we'll just make it the entrance door just so that it compiles, but we're going to, this is where we need to calculate the target elevator. And so, is that true? Do we want to do it here when we set the room target, or do we want to do it when we're actually moving towards a thing? So if we do it here, it'll only ever get updated if we change the room target. If we do it in the walk logic, then it gets updated kind of as we walk, no matter what. More calculations, but we're running at 3,000 frames a second, so it's probably not a big deal. If this was an NES, we would care, but frankly, we don't at this point. So instead of all this malarkey here, I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna go and delete it. We're just gonna set it, and then in this corner, we're gonna say if we're on the floor, we've got all this stuff to do. If we're idling, check on that. If we're elif movement requested equals true, then we need to figure out if we are going directly to our target or if we are going to an elevator first. Okay? So I pasted that stuff that we already did. So if there is room on our level, and so now remember I did this entrance door position thing? Let's just make sure that, because that's not, is that actually true, or is that what yeah, we're targeting the entrance doors, because that's actually where we're trying to go. And, okay. And we're going to actually, we don't check that, we check our requested movement towards thing. And so if it's on our level, then we don't really do anything. We just leave it. If it's not on our level, so I wonder if is it bang or not? We'll find out. If it's not on our level, we got to recalculate the interstitial position. Oh, I had it up here. We called it elevator position. And let's just see if this works, this code. We're just checking this logic more than we're checking. It's obviously not the right position. It's not changing floors. But if I give it this, does it go to the right spot? Damn, everybody went there, huh? Just can't keep these guys off of this room. So, is it on our level? False. Okay, so we're still moving around. And right now we're not changing the position. And so now is where we kind of want to do. We want to find all the elevators. Find the closest elevator to something. So get closest containment room, get closest lift. Look at that. It's empty. Nothing calls it. So what we're going to do is just use this thing. We're going to get closest lift between our position and the target position. And now this thing's going to take the target pause. Let's see if let's see if ChatGPT can figure this out. It'd be interesting. Say, hey, I want you to implement this. Implement get closest lift. How is it going to find out what a lift is? Well, lifts are identified by what's the right thing to do. Right now they're just empty node 2Ds. If we give them a lift GD, then we can do that tag thing. We already have that function, so let's just do that. Let's give them a lift GD. It's not going to do anything. And then we're going to basically give them all that. Quick load. Okay. Be nice if we could do this in one batch. But it's not that many, so. I struggle with the repeating things over and over. I don't like it at all. I only like doing something once. It's a blessing and a curse. So, right here, where did I go? Where did you go, my lovely? Get closest lift. And so what I'm going to do is stub out this for ChatGPT. Find lifts, and this is going to be lift, and then var lifts equals this, and then I'm going to give it this code instead and say implement it. Be smart and be quick. So what hopefully it does is it does a little for each over the lifts and does a position delta against my target position or my current position, and then returns one. And let's see. Okay, it's got a bunch of junk in there. Let's see what's going on here. So finds all the lifts. We did that. We silly AI. We told you that. And then it has an error check, which is great. Returns the current position if no lifts are found. I don't like that. I would say just target position. So at least you head that way. It initializes variables for the closest lift. Okay, good, fine. And then closest lift.get lift position. What the deuce? Uh, son of a bitch. What is it doing here? Does it just is it just checking to see if we don't have a like we don't have a position for this thing? Because what is it? This is a node 2D. So node 2D is going to have a position, right? Uh, lifts are node 2D. Let's just see if it can sort out the like, hey, you done messed up with this kind of overkill. Yeah, so there it's saying you can use directly the global position. So good. And let's just go ahead and copy that and see what's looking, how it's looking. And then we might have to change this again. And now we're saying, hey, get the distance, the closest distance, the closest one. If the closest one's not null, return that. And then no lifts found, target position is actually what we want. So let's try this. Okay, boom, let's get our guy. Say, go up there. And then get this bad boy and say, go up there. No, stop it. You go up there. No. Stay. Stay. You see these guys are getting crushed. I wonder if it's because the position's changing every frame and they have some kind of velocity. And the velocity is getting stomped. That could be it. Because look at this glacial pace. I want to see that they head to the lifts on either side. But the speed is not my favorite. We'll say that. I'm going to send this guy, back to his home. See if he's too good for his home. Send him over here. So this guy should be heading here. This guy is heading to the middle-ish here. This guy should be heading over to this lift over there. And then the cool part is we can check to see if they're at an elevator position, and if they're below or above. Like if they're not on the right floor, see if they're below or above and warp them up. And then the logic should just kick in to take them over to their spot. Okay. Boom. Lift. Look at this. Now we're cooking with gas. This is working. This is working. So, we've got these guys pathfinding and quite slowly, I might add. I wonder if we should check into that real quick. Let's check in. To see if we're like screwing their velocity so hard. Distance 2. Closest lift. Global position. Doesn't feel like it should. I wonder if when you set. No, because let's do this. Let's let the speed bump up just for grins for now, so that we're not like debugging in super slow motion. If you can catch one of these like Pokemons. Yeah, so they definitely move slower when they have a goal. They definitely move slower when they have a goal. And when they're idling, they move quickly. What is that about? Is that, are we using move toward in two different spots and one of them has a different speed? Where's this? Move to? Uh-huh. Well, but that doesn't make sense because this one should be super fast. 188. When we're saying move to. Do we ever call this? No. Let's take that out for now. Because it might be confusing us. Okay. So we use this move toward. Okay. So I don't want to, we'll let somebody else tune the speed if we can't get to it. But for now, let's get this thing going up elevators. Uh, which is good. So what we need to do now is if we're over an elevator in here, if movement's requested true, so we're going to add a thing in here that says if is on elevator and what did we say, like different floor, same floor, is it same or different? What did we use? Damn, is room on our level, that's what it is. And not is room on our level, then we want to ride the elevator. Effectively, something like this. I'm going to ride the elevator towards. And so we have to implement is on elevator, and then our target here, and then we'll implement ride the elevator towards, or we can just calc the position right here. But this is kind of more explicit, so I was hoping there'd be a create function thing. It'd be nice. Func ride elevator towards. And so, you know what? Let's give it to the old chat Gypt and see if it can implement. Just out of curiosity. Okay. So hopefully it does something like it checks our current position and sees if we're below the target position or above the target position, and then finds the closest elevator above or below, depending on like the negative or positive value, and then And so, let's see here. So it's doing like timings and yields and all kinds of stuff. And so that's not what we want. What we actually want is to say, no, first check for the the closest elevator, either above or below, based on our current position and the delta to our target position. Then choose the elevator above or below us and set movement towards to that position. I actually don't want to set the movement towards. We want to set our current position to that position. So it's like a warp. Okay. Now let's see if it can implement right elevator towards without like yields and whatever else nonsense it was coming up with. Okay. So now it's saying is the target above. Okay, that's good. And then we find our lifts, and then we filter the lifts based on the position being above or below, and then we get the closest one based on the distance to, and then we just move to the closest one. I don't know. It says while the wait until the worker. We don't need that. Um, don't use timers. Just move to the new position instantly. It is a warp elevator. So, um, interestingly enough, what it was trying to do is come up with a method of basically like yielding over time, so that it looked like we like moved up the elevator. And so it's actually going to radically simplify the answer that it's going to come up with to just warp us there, because it's going to basically ditch like half of this method there at the end. All this yield stuff, this while adjusting, yeah, all that's going to go away. Should. I don't want to see any while loops. Yeah. Okay. No while loops means you're probably on the right track. So this is long, but it's basically finding them all, seeing if they're above or below, filtering it out. Now find the closest one. It could do that, you know, while it's filtering the others, but you know, potato doesn't really matter. And then it's also printing a bunch of stuff, which is nice for debugging. We'll just delete that, and then we're just warping there. And expected a colon after if. Of course you did. See, this is where it would be nice that editor was better. Editor's decent, but not great. Give me some more checks at compile time. Function is on elevator, not found in base. Okay, so yeah, we have to okay, now we're going to implement. Okay, works. Implement is on elevator with a margin of x distance of 20. And so just like we check to see if we're over the doors, checking to see if we're over the elevators, the same thing, where we take the absolute value of our position minus the absolute value of the elevator's position, the Y position in this case, and then, or sorry, X position, and then if it's less than 20, or pick a, pick a margin that you're okay with. You could make it like half the width of your character or whatever. Then it's like good enough to being over to like colliding. Um, so okay, ride elevator towards. We're also going to do an is on elevator, and then so it just finds them all, and then if we're basically over one of them, it returns true. That's the X position, but that's not going to work. It also needs to check the Y position. So let's say, oh, we'll erase it. Also check Y. And we'll say and, oops, snap. If the X and the Y. So we're close to it. Well, actually the Y will probably make taller because it's maybe a little bit bigger. So it did what we did. Alright, super speed. Speed. I am speed. And then they all go slow. Isn't that funky? I mean, it's like mind-blowing to me. What's going on here? It's like we've totally lost velocity, or we're doing the multiply twice on the speed. So okay, we're going to send this left one up, the second left one down, and then this right one, we're going to send him down as well. Okay, so left guy didn't go up. Right guy didn't go down. I can't tell if they're like jittering. Okay, so this guy came to the edge of the elevator. These guys went kind of into the middle of it. And they've all stopped. And so the question is this on elevator ever true? It must not be. It must not be. So let's go ahead and just print right elevator towards. Exit position. Oh wait, we already have this warping. So we're never actually seeing if we're over the elevators. If lift size is 0, filter lift size is 0. So we're not getting that error either. So what's happening? So we're never calling right elevator towards, so we must never be is on elevator. Let's see if we can get a breakpoint in here. Is on elevator. It's got some lifts in there. Let's see if F10 is the step. Okay. Oh. Let's hit play again. F5 maybe? Did they keep it all the same? Nope. Okay. this is slow. Is on elevator, never is getting true. Put a breakpoint on these returns. No lifts within the margin, so we're never on the elevators. Okay. What's this debug step? Continue. So I'm in a break right now. Okay, there we go. So you have to just hit the pause button to unpause it. Okay, so see how we're stopped right there? Now I want to put that breakpoint back in. And so we had all these lifts. And so the absolute position X on this guy is what? We're going to get locals. The position negative 3907. And let's look at our position. Global. Let's see. Okay. Probably can't hot do this, but that would be, that's what a scripting language is for. If you're going to use it, it's so that you can do cool stuff like that. Okay, so I'm having trouble with this debug to actually show me these values. So what I'm going to do is just extract these to variables. Also say delta x, and then the debugger should have a little bit happier time with it, and it doesn't like make the the code any worse. Compiler's usually smart enough about that's pretty much. And sometimes, in some ways, it could make it smarter, but we're just going to capture delta x and y now, and that way we can see. And let's look at our move towards and just double check this and see if we can figure out why is this so slow. We can do that while it's running. Okay, sending those beasts on their way. And when we get one over, we will. We'll check. Hey, look at that. They all worked. They all worked. So, I wonder if I didn't have the file saved or something crazy. But now, we have to look at our worker and say, why are you stuck? If you're on an elevator and not, else, if not is room on our level. So here's where we can basically change this up. So if we're on an elevator, we know we either want to move towards our target or we want to ride the elevator. And so we can take this part of the checkout and say if the room is on our level, elif else, we basically just want to move towards where we're trying to move. We actually don't need that. But what we're trying to do is keep it from going into this block, which moves us into. So what we can do is this. Okay. And now we'll step into this block here. We won't get into this block. What we're happening is we were on the elevator, but it wasn't writing us because we were on the correct level. And so the check was failing and going down to say if the room is not on our level. So now I'm thinking it should work. Damn, colons. You know? Doesn't kill you now, it's gonna kill you later. Okay. And it'd be nice to figure out why these bad boys are running so slow. I don't know why. We're doing this move toward like twice in a frame. I'm only calling it once. Property swiftness. It's like it's being times by, 10% or something. Hey, so we're warping. We're warping, but we're not leaving the elevator. So let's just see which branch we're getting into here. So let's do that again. We were on the elevator. If the room is not on our level, we ride the elevator. Oh. Are we changing? So that's what's happening. When we change the target to go to ride the elevator, we're losing our actual room target. So what we need to do is keep track of our room target. And then restore the room position once we ride the elevators. So what should we do? Should we keep track of the room? Let's well, I think right here is a good spot. It's been 3.5 hours where I'm gonna pause for a bit. I'm gonna eat some dinner, and then I'll come back and stream until I go to sleep, and then we'll pick it up again in the morning. So I'll see y'all in a bit.